Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, December the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, a couple quick questions. First of all, can you hear me and can you see my screen? Okay, yes and yes. Okay, now we plug the device in and see if that allows us to keep hearing me. So, just give me one moment here. And only the hardcore are here on Christmas Eve day, I guess. All right, can you still hear me? Okay, excellent. Okay, so not that much happening this morning. Well, there are a few things happening, but not that much. When I look at my gap, kind of, indicative of the day. Here are my gap ups, gap downs. Usually they're full, but not that much today. So let's just take a look at some of the things that are happening. And again, remember everybody, it's only a half a day. I don't know if I'm going to do any trading at all, but it's only half a day. Market closes at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So Gevo, I don't see any specific reason why this one is up, but Gevo is a big gap up, 3.7 million shares. It's a big float, 114 million in the float. So I don't know. With that float, it was up to 384 and now it's down to 334. So again, I have no idea why this is up. I know this is a virus play. It used to be a virus play. And this is up quite a bit, 2.5 million, another big float. RMG, that just keeps surging higher and higher. RMG, one of those SPACs. Well, yeah, it is a SPAC. My goodness, look at what it's done. Basically a triple in about 5 weeks. And as somebody's pointing out, CEI, now there is a fairly low float, 25 million in the float. CEI is up on this acquisition, 51%. They acquired 51% of Viking Energy, so that's the reason that one is up. This one, TRIT, this is a Singaporean stock. There's a little flag of Singapore. Singaporean stock. Yeah, this is it's up pretty. $2, 324,000 shares, fairly low float, almost an all-time high, getting close. For those of you who like the more expensive ones, look at BABA. I guess the Chinese government. There's the FTech guys. There is the FTech. Is there any volume with it? Just a minute. I'm going to have to close down my change symbol. Okay, let me take a look at BABA, and then we'll look at FTech. Yeah, there's some volume coming into FTech, guys. Remember, this is the one not all day, but probably about the last 2 hours. Waiting for this little break here. Never happened. It may be starting right now. FTech. Anyway, let's get back to BABA. So again, those of you who like to trade the slightly more expensive stocks, I mean, look at this. This is gap down through the 200-day moving average. I think this is sort of like what Amazon goes through. They get accused of favoring certain vendors. I think this is what the Chinese government is accusing BABA of. From what I read of I just read the headline on it. So this is putting a lot of downward pressure on BABA. HUSA, HUSA is a little gap up. Don't see any specific reason for it. As somebody pointed out, it was Goods pointed out, some of these little energy companies are, a bit of a surge mode today. Look at CRISPR. CRISPR, man, oh man, this is up, it's not up that much, but look at the move it has made over the last couple of months. Basically a double. Gene editing. And GHIV It's still hanging in there. Yeah, it's still up 75 cents, 600,000 shares, new all-time high. Again, they're one of these SPACs looking to acquire a company. And so FTech. Okay, what is the next high looking left here? 574. So there's lots of room. Did not see ODT. I think it's because the volume was too low. My filter wouldn't pick that one up. But yeah, I mean, it's had a rough little go. Yes, in the last 3 days, a bit of a comeback. And now, yeah, nice gap up. I don't see any. Okay, so CFO reports a purchase of 275,000 shares. So it must be insider 275,000 shares at $15 a share. So, and he's the CFO of the company. So exhibiting confidence in his company, I guess. I'm going to watch this one very, very closely, this FTech, to see how well it holds this 5. I know I don't normally take early trades, but this could, because of the shortness of the day. Again, I'm not too into trading today. I'll keep the room open, but here's another one, guys, LTBR. Be interesting to see how many people show up today. LTBR, another, now that's a very low float, 5.4 million in the float. Through the 200-day, just a little bit above that 200-day moving average. There it is at 405, 415. It's the 200-day, so it's a little bit above it. Yeah, there's a little bit of, okay, the next high looking left is 419, and then there's 431 or so, 432 or so. So there's a little bit of resistance in this area. Yeah, I mean, if it could, I don't know. It's up 17%. Let's see if there's any news on it. Lightbridge awarded patent in Eurasia for innovative something or other. That's where the headline cuts off for me. Innovative nuclear fuel assemblies, okay? BIOL. Let's take a look at BIOL. Yeah, I just don't. I know a ton of volume, 16 million shares and all that. It's up 26%. That's only 9 cents. But yeah, I really don't have a handle on things under a dollar. So, Muff Dog, okay, welcome. Yeah, I just don't really have a handle on these. I don't really look at anything under a dollar. And the other thing, all I can see is that was up to 58 cents, and that's a pretty big fade now, percentage basis. So I can't help you there. Good morning, David, in the YouTube feed. Only half a day today. Well, this has just been surging and surging and surging. GME. What a great run this has had also. There's basically almost well, it's a quadruple anyway. 5 times quintuple from back here. Look at this, man. I think everybody had written this company off, GME. I shouldn't say everybody. There had been some that had written GME off. The FTEK, just a little bit of an alert here on the gap up. You know, somebody mentioned yesterday, why are we seeing so many warrants? You're right, we're seeing a lot of warrants. A lot of warrants. What I might do is because if you don't want to see these warrants, I mean, there is a way to stop seeing the warrants. What I'm going to have to do though is add these symbols because a lot of we do have a warrants. If I check here, is what I'm talking about. So if I go to symbol lists, add existing lists, and just have to find it. Right, there we are. So there are warrants, you see. So, but the problem is that a lot of these, my guess is a lot of these are new. So this is a symbol list full of warrants. And you notice what you can do. You can just say exclude the following lists, including warrants. I'm going to do that right now and just see what happens. But I may have to add a lot to the list. These could be brand new. I don't know. I don't know how often this list gets updated. I think we do it manually. So let me just see if some of these get taken out. Just another trading vehicle. I can't tell you anything more than that, Cam. Yeah, as you say, typically they are a lot cheaper. The other thing is that I notice that when I click on this, it doesn't load. That's one reason why I don't really pay that much attention. It doesn't load into Interactive Brokers. So I'm sure it's probably backslash or something like that. In fact, that's what I should actually ask the guys because it doesn't load into Interactive Brokers. All right, so I'll ask the question. Anybody know how the warrants? Is it .w or let me just try another one. Oh, there it is. Yes, actually it's slash. It is slash. So in order to see this, you see, so when you click on this, you're not going to see it in Interactive Brokers. I'm going to actually ask Brad to see if we can designate that differently. In other words, to have a slash. The only problem is that how does it load into Thinkorswim? How does a warrant load into Thinkorswim, as an example? If you understand what I'm asking. So what I'm saying is that in order to see it in Interactive Brokers, that's how we see it, /W. Then if I change it, it's going to load. But of course, it's not loading in our chart, so it's a bit of a hassle. Only, I mean, I don't know how many people want to trade warrants, but yeah. Well, they have the W on the end goods. I get that, but if you click on this as an example and you have Interactive Brokers, it doesn't load. The way Interactive Brokers sees a warrant is by /W. There could be other programs, though, brokerage platforms that might go .W or something else. Exactly. So if Fidelity uses a slash, E-Trade uses a dot. Thank you, William. That's what I'm talking about. In other words, our linking doesn't work for warrants right now. Okay. There will be a way, Brian, to just have to maybe experiment. It's either, maybe it's not a slash, maybe it's not a period, but there'll be something. Sometimes it's .ws. It could even be WS. Yeah, I mean, that's typically it. But it is interesting. I mean, there are some warrants that do trade a lot. But anyway, enough of warrants. No, guys, I got a fill. I forgot while I was talking about warrants. I actually got a fill on FTech. I'm in at 518. All right. Woohoo, up 5 cents. Okay. I thought the little gentleman said I had a fill, but I was distracted. So we'll see what happens. I think I forgot to mention this one, this SIF, S-I-F. It's on my list, SIF. Just trying to see if there's, yeah, okay. So I guess this is well, okay, this is December 21st. I'm not sure. Maybe they did not release here, or maybe they released now. Anyway, net income surges. That's what it said. That's the headline I see. Fourth quarter. Yeah, I'd say I don't trade Alibaba, but man, what a gap down now. Through that 200-day moving average also. So if I look at the monthly chart, if I were going to be trading this, the next low on the monthly chart is down around 211. AMPE, I'm just ringing here. AMPE, little move here. A lot of pretty good volume. Big float. This has been an active one. Got very active yesterday. Well, it was a high of 3 all the way down to $1.33. That's a massive sell-off. It came back, but man, oh man. AMPE. But trying to rebound a little bit. Yeah, FTech could be it. I think I'm going to take some out. Well, it's funny. You know, remember I beat myself up yesterday for not following the CYCC. If you recall, in fact, what is it doing now? CCYC? Too many C's. Not that one. Guys, help me. What is the one I missed out on yesterday after watching it the day before? Okay, Prana, who asked that question? Okay, Prana, you really have to start looking at these charts. Okay, I don't mind answering your questions, but I think I know you've been in the room quite a while. Just look at these daily charts. Okay, so how much room does it have? I mean, I don't know where it's going, but I mean, there's the high 574 is the next high looking left. That's all I do. That's all I do. Thank you, Ital Designer. Okay, not trying to be mean, but when people ask me how much room does something have, all I do is I just look at a longer term time frame, and so I'm looking at the daily chart, and you can do that too. There's the high. I don't know if it's going to get there. That's right, CYCC. Thank you, CYCC. So yeah, CYCC. Oh man, what is it doing now? So this was 2 days ago. It was like the FTEK, and I forgot to follow it yesterday. That's about as angry. I'm not angry, but I get the question a lot, and I'm just trying to reemphasize. There's no magic to what I'm doing. All right, it's just looking at a daily chart, and I look to see where the next high is. That's all I do, or the weekly or the monthly. I mean, it depends. And as long as the 200 day isn't close. So I've taken some out, guys. I mean, I'm not going to. 541. That's a nice little. That's probably all I'm going to do today. Look left, yes. So hopefully don't take that the wrong way, please, Prana. Okay, there's no but even. It's just that's all I do. All right, I am going to shut this one down. Give me a moment here. Okay, let me just do a couple of things. Another monitor. Get set for this open. All right, guys, so have about 30 seconds until they open. Let's have a great end to this week. I'm hearing FUBO. Is it bouncing again or is it moving down? Ooh, moving down. Okay. All right, we are now open. And I forgot to mention, so if you want to follow, I don't know what's going to happen in my watch list today. I actually kind of cheated last night. I just sort of copied and pasted an entire list into it to see what was going to happen today. I thought I'd practice today on that, or to see what would happen as an experiment. But if you want to follow, nothing will happen in here until at least 9:45. You can click new channel bar, and then my where are you? My watch list, Barry's watch list. Okay. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you load that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. BFT. Another one of these SPACs. Wow, look at this. Just running. Boy, we've seen a lot of these SPACs just running. I'm all out of the FTK, guys. FTEK, sorry. That little pop up. So that could be it for me today. Watt on the move down here, WATT. Is that a big move yesterday? And this is on the way down through the 200-day moving average. The other thing, I think there could be some AI alerts today, but just be careful on them because, I mean, because there's only a half a day, you know, your setups, you know, they won't have a lot of time to maybe set up. TRIT, guys, TRIT. What's the high in the pre-market is 1550. Well, I mean, okay, if you were in the room yesterday, we were waiting forever for this to maybe take out 5 or this level here. It didn't do it. So this is just something, you know, yeah, if you look left, there's a big void. Okay, number one. So that gets me interested, you know, before even, you know, once it's over 5. So that gets me interested in taking it, number one. And, you know, yesterday's, you know, it was up in this area yesterday, so that's why I took it. Just thinking, okay, I'm not the only one looking at something like this. The high is 553. So I thought, okay, it's going to have a potential to get up to this area, which would be a good percentage move. Wow, look at GHIV. Thank you, Gore4. And the volume was good. I mean, you know, it was a pre-market gapper. So, I mean, it wasn't just, the volume was good in the pre-market for Fuel Tech. Now, has it been wonderful? It's been okay. I mean, I did okay on a percentage basis. I would have liked to have seen it hold this area and keep going, but... And we have a halt. AIRT, AIRT just got halted. Very low volume. Ooh, that's right. I've seen this one in the past. It's a crazy, crazy low float. Be awfully careful. Awfully careful. 1.5 million in the float. It's stacking up at 1523 or 1788. What I'm talking about is I'm looking at it's all over the place, the bid ask right now. What it could open at. Yeah, I mean, look at, yeah, Fuel Tech did not even come close to holding. Well, look at TRIT, TRIT. So I don't know if that completely answered your question, Juan, but well, look at Trit. This is now an all-time high right here, I guess. Right there. So it's an all-time high for Trit. Look, what a comeback it's had. I mean, a lot of that play for me was a bit of a feel play, okay? You know, just thinking, okay, waited all day yesterday for it to make that break, take out that area. Had a, you know, pretty tight stop on it, so if it wasn't going to work, I was going to get out pretty quickly. But I have to admit, I mean, I'm shocked is too strong a word, but I mean, for it to do this is pretty interesting. You know, that big red candle. But that's why, you know, you cannot, with virtually any stock, with, you know, these smaller ones, you cannot walk away. You can't say, okay, great, took this one. Now I'm going to go downstairs, make some coffee, come back 15 minutes later, and you wake up and you see this. I mean, this is almost like this is almost like they're doing a financing. So I better put this up here because I know people are going to ask, am I still in FTech? No. And, you know, somebody asked the other day also, well, how do I know when to sell or when would I take some off? On something like this, an FTech, with that many in the float, 17 million in the float, if I'm in at 5,918 and it pops within, you know, a minute up to this 540 level, that is a tremendous percentage move. So there's no way I'm not going to take some off. Now, did I know this was going to happen? Of course not. But that's almost obscene for to wait forever for a 5 break and then to have that happen. But I'm out, so man, these SPACs are just going crazy. Look at I'm going to stick an alert at 1514 for IPOC. See if it takes out that high. Well, good. You know you're going against the the AI on that one, on Fubo. An NDM, sure. Well, good, pretty good volume, great volume. It's not a low float. You know, I mean, there's the high of the day way up here. Excuse me. So it's pulled back from the high. So I'm not sure what your no real trend yet, other than I mean, it's pulled back from the high. You know, I guess if you're in this one right now, you better hope it holds 9. And we have, oh, this one got halted on the way down, WNW. So how did this open? AIRT hasn't opened yet. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. This got halted at 9:34, just before the market opened. So it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. I'm asked the question, could it be a short? Yeah, I mean, I suppose it could be. I mean, it got up to 25.65 yesterday. But, you know, you're chasing it right now. Here's a good example. I mean, I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes. You just see a lot of action like this. You know, stock goes up to 16, all the way down to 1590 or 1670 down here. You see a lot of action like that in the first 15 minutes. That's why I don't generally trade the first 15 minutes. Just let the thing settle down just a little bit. You know, I mean, look at TRIT. I mean, you would have thought off to the races, 1546, drops $1. I mean, these are big percentage moves. If you're new to trading, I mean, I would sit the first 15, even 30 out. Let things settle down a little bit. You get whipsawed quite a bit in the first 15. You're going to miss the ones that keep running, absolutely. But I think overall, you might find it a lot easier to just sit the first 15 or 30. There was a time where I would sit the first hour out. Now, this is, you know, this is a few years ago before, you know, algo trading really came in. It wasn't... But, you know, I'm perfectly willing to sit the first 15 out. I know I took FTech, but that was a bit of a special case. What sort of help do you need, Tim? Is it an accounting issue? Welcome, Patty. Okay, again, you know, this is to me one of the more difficult trading stocks, INO. You know, we've seen this many times. Pre-market hype on something, it's a virus play, and then it absolutely does not. Most of the time, this is what can happen. I find it very difficult intraday type trader. So Tim, can you hear me? Tim Barker, you're in the YouTube feed. When you ask how do I get online help, what exactly are you looking for? Maybe I can help you. But if it's an accounting issue, I can send you to accounting. Okay, so the hardcore, we've got some hardcore traders in here. Only half a day. Remember, the market closes at 1 o'clock. So I'm just going to pop this into the room. Well, you can ask the question. If I can answer it, I will. If I can't, then I'll send you to somebody else. Okay, depends on what the question is, Tim, in terms of a strategy question. So guys, again, there's the promo code. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, and let me just do one more thing. Okay, so if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there's my homepage. You just click on the link. Okay, click on my homepage link, and then you'll see, don't use that, obviously, use the Happy Holly 25%. Don't forget the percent sign. Click on Get Trade Ideas. So let's just show you how that works. Here's our premium annual. Click on Purchase. Type the code in. Don't forget the percentage. And there you go. So that's how that works. Okay. And the other thing, you know, if you're unsure about our program, you know, first of all, I wouldn't take an annual. You know, you can always start off with a monthly, even the standard monthly. You know, so it'd be 118 less than 25%. I think that works out to about $88. You can try us out, and if you within 30 days, if you like the program, you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the promo code. Yes, CW, yes. I'm going to give you, talk to Kelly. Okay, and when you email her, make sure you give her the email address that you use to sign up so that she can locate your account. Okay. Demetrius, I'm not sure. It's probably at least to the 27th. Okay, midnight on the 27th Eastern time. So okay, so Tim, a daily downtrend. Are you how many days? For something like that, that sounds like my guess, because that's not the type of trader that I am. So I will send you to trade, but you can. It depends on how many days. I mean, you have a consecutive days down filter that you can use. Not really, Pauline. I mean, you know, the question is how can we get into something before it moves? I mean, that's the $1,000,000 question. You know, the only thing I do is, you know, if we're talking intraday type trading, is when you do your pre-market work, have some of these, you know, some of the movers. Now they've already moved. Doesn't mean they can't move another 10, 15% though. And so you have to have a way to follow them. You can either thumbnail some of these charts or put price alerts, you know, so if it takes out a certain level, you want to get into it or you'll be interested in it. So but there's no one scan that is going to say, okay, here's a scan that's going to show me something that's going to pop before it actually does. You know, look at my watch list right now. So at 12.94 as an example. Okay, so I mean, it is already up 7%, but that doesn't mean, I mean, when you look left on this one, look at all the room it's got in theory. I mean, I don't know where it's going. It may not move another penny higher. But for me now, what I'd be doing is I'd be putting an alert right at the high and seeing if it takes it out later. Okay, and if it does, I mean, this can really run. I mean, there's no resistance. It is one of these SPACs, but that's all I do. So yeah, you're not going to be able to. You can't know that it's going to, you know, do this ahead of time. I don't know what you mean by 47 in the stock box. Are you talking here? The number of shares? Well, that's user defined. I mean, you just put whatever you want. And I noticed that. Okay, I'm going to have to load this again. I see. Just give me a second here. Here's default. The reason I have to do this is because I'm on a test server. Yeah, this better work. Ah, yeah. I'm on a test server because, okay, you know what? Well, you just have to change it. You just type it in. I mean, the default usually is 100, but I mean, you can just go to the box and type something else in, right? I mean, it's if you were talking about the shares, I mean, that's all it is. All right, I'm going to have to get off this server. Just give me a second here. Oh, wait a minute before I do that. No. Hmm. Well, I don't know what's going on. I'm not able to get the linking working in the broker. This is because I'm on a development. I'm on a development server, so why is this not working? Sorry, I'm on a development version, so for some reason it's just not linking. Normally when I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. I'm going to try one more time. There we go. Okay. All right, so you asked what are the little blue arrows? They're not buy signals, no. Now, are you talking about, okay, you're talking about something like on Fubo right there where it says buy, Pauline? Or are you talking about an arrow, like an arrow like this? Just let me get an arrow. So are you talking about a little arrow like that? All this, well, I'll answer the question. When you see little arrows like this, nothing to do with buying or anything, it's just telling you where this is telling you the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, so when I clicked on TRIT earlier, this is the candle, on the 15 minute, this is the candle in which that alert happened. On the 2 minute, it's right there. On the 5 minute, it's right there. It's nothing to do with buying or selling or anything like that. It just tells you, okay, I had an alert. What did it do afterwards? You can sort of, it's a great way of looking to say, okay, what did when I click on an alert down here, what did it do afterwards? Another SPAC, another GIX. Okay, so if there is a red candle, then that actually, well, actually, where's there a red candle? That's not a red candle, but that is a blue candle. I don't think we have red candles. They're all blue. But if it is pointing down, that would be an AI alert. Okay, the only time we have the downward pointing candles, that indicates that this is an AI alert and it's a short. That is very specific to the AI. Otherwise, they're all upward blue candles, whether or not the stock is moving down or up. It's just telling you where the alert happened on the candle in this time frame. That's where that alert happened here on the 5-minute chart. Oh man, William, you were a brave man. So I'm looking here at stacking up at 2020 just about. All right, well, that was a good exit for the AI on Fubo. Yeah, so I go to, this is the web Cero. So the question is, do you know how we can find upcoming IPOs? This is the website that I use. I mean, I'm sure there are others out there, but I find this is pretty comprehensive. And I'll just give you the link for it. Okay, so there's the link, IPOs. Okay, so if you actually click on the calendar, this is going to show you the upcoming ones. Not very many for the balance of the year. There's one on Tuesday. Nothing, I guess there was one today. But if you look at just hit that arrow there, and you're going to see all the past, well, at least the last, you can pick how many you want. The last 50 are right here, okay? And it's comprehensive because when you click on the company name, it'll show you who's involved, what underwriters are involved and all that. Of course, it'll show you how many shares were issued and the offer price. So it's pretty good. So what is the market doing? So the market's up a little bit, Dow's up a little bit, SPY's up a little bit, NAS is up a little bit. So mildly positive overall. Again, guys, look how whippy these are. I mean, earlier on, this was up to $23, LGVW, right up there, and now right back down to almost 20 or 2084. So, and the other one, TRIT, I'm just looking at TRIT. Remember, it's flying. It's almost like you want to short these pops on these SPACs early on. See if there's any news on the FTech. Did they do a financing or something? No. Okay, so Gevo, again, it's highly suspect. I mean, look at the pop in the pre-market up to 384, all the way down to 3, trying to come back. I mean, it's just To me, it's just too erratic. The big float also, 114 million. Hopefully, have I lost the audio? Please, okay, good. So it's you, William. You'll have to get off that Windows 95. You think I'm kidding? Okay, so here's one SPAC that did not come down. Well, a little bit, but look at this, BFT. And another one, look, very similar. I mean, look what happened. APXC, another one, popped, had that drop, and now moving. It looks almost identical to BFT. BFT, the pop, the move down, and then the move. This one is really moving. HCHC. Interesting. A lot of these SPACs did the same thing. They had the pop and then that drop. And then some of them, like the RMG and the other ones, APXT, BFT, had this kind of a pattern for whatever reason. Okay, well, it's always well, not always, but this is, again, a volatility halt. So it's just a computer program that kicks in if it goes up too much in a period of time. Computer program or a program kicks in and halts it. Okay, it's really that simple. It's just math. It's not a news halt. It's called a volatility halt. Typically, this is obviously going to be more. Well, let's see, 40 seconds. Okay, we'll see if this opens in 20 seconds. Typically, they're 5-minute halts, okay, but obviously this is more because it was halted at 9:54. If it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's usually a multiple of 5. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, this will open in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. No. So this is longer. It's going to be longer. So it could be a 15-minute halt. Again, I mean, this is such a low float. Wow, 1.5 million for a $18 stock. It's stacking up at 24. Oh, that's a tough question to answer, RM. When do you get out of a trade? There's all sorts. I mean, when do you get out of a trade? I can tell you when you get out of a trade. Are you talking about when you get out of a trade to take profit, or when do you get out of a trade when you're in a losing position? Those are kind of two questions. Okay, so a guide can be something like this. First of all, well, see, the way I trade is I'm always looking left because on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart because I'm always taking trades that are near the high of the day. Okay, so I don't have to worry about intraday resistance because the stock is virtually near the high of the day. So I'm always looking left to see how much room a stock can go and without meeting, chart resistance. So that's the first step I take. I also check to see where that 200-day moving average is. I don't want to, if it's close, then I probably wouldn't take the trade in the first place. But if I took the trade and it started to approach it, I'd be definitely taking some out because that can be a real block. But another way to kind of, to do it is if you set up resistance or risk reward lines, if I want to call them like that. And I'm going to use a very, very simple math example. If you get into a trade at 10 and the stop is at 990, because imagine if I got into this trade, okay, imagine at 990 there was all this, which looks like pretty good support. So if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. So I just want to make the math really easy. So if this were a $10 stock and this was at 9.90, so my risk is going to be 10 cents. So when I get into a trade, I have to have the expectation of at least making a 1 for 2. A lot of people will say 1 for 3 risk reward. What does that mean? That means that if I get into a trade at 10 and my stop is 10 cents away, I better have a realistic expectation of making at least 20 cents. Again, I'm just trying to make the math simple. A 1 for 2, I'm risking 10 cents to make 20. Okay, so when I look at the chart, if I looked at the chart and I didn't see any resistance at 20, then I could say to myself, okay, this is something I could take. And you start setting up resistance lines or risk reward lines all the way up at those 10 cent intervals. So if it got up to 10.20 and it got up to 10.25 and then it dropped back down to 10.20, I might take some out. Okay, if I got up to 10.30, now I'm at a 1 for 3. I keep kind of watching these lines. So you can set them up on the chart. You can set price. You can set like marks on the charts, horizontal lines, so you can kind of see the different risk reward areas. So imagine if this stock went up here and then it came back down to that area, I'd probably take some out. I mean, this is if you're new to trading, I mean, this might seem, maybe difficult to understand, but I mean, that's my thought process a lot of times. Now, what happens though, for instance, on an FTech, I mean, and this is where, it's more feel. I mean, I had probably about an 8-cent stop on mine. So, I wasn't really looking at risk reward, but I mean, the stock popped so quickly, I had to take some out. The other way that, people, I know Real is not in the room right now, but he'll put the 8 EMA. That's that blue. That's that orange line right here, right here. That orange line is the 8 EMA, and depends on the time frame that you want to trade off of. But here's 2 minutes. So for instance, he might say if you got into this trade down here and it moved up and then it broke down below that, he might be out of the trade. That might be a signal to get out of the trade. So you're taking profit. You're in the trade as long as it keeps, hugging that 8 EMA, and that's another way to look at it. So I mean, you're asking a very, very general question, and there are a lot of different trading styles. Okay, so key investment. Are you a subscriber? Okay. Okay. I'm just going to pop this into the room. Wow, look at VFF. This ripped yesterday and it's continuing. Look at this, taking out the high of yesterday. It's a little Vancouver. Well, actually, it's just outside of Vancouver company. Okay, so if you click on my homepage, and you're going to see one of the areas is my scans, all my scans. So if you click here, and there are my basic new highs and lows. So you can click on that, and then you can load it, and you can see the filters that I'm using. Okay. And it's just a new high, just a new intraday high. I mean, that's all it is, with other filters, of course, but that's all this is. Sorry, guys. There we go. Yeah, it's a very, very simple scan. Very, very simple scan. You know, I've got some filters with a price range, minimum volume, change from the open, things like that. And then, you know, if the stock makes a new high or a new low, then I get the real-time alert. Sometimes the simplest setups can be, you know, will show you, well, this is always going to show you stocks that are moving. It doesn't mean, of course, when you get the alert, you take the trade, but it's going to show you, whittling it down to just show you the probably the most interesting stocks for the day. Okay, so Jivo from my from my watch list. Not bad. You know, it would really have to take out this 360 area. You can see on that 2-minute chart. Look at all the trying a few times to take this out and getting stalled. My issue is that, I mean, the high of the day is not that far away, so I'm sorry, but that is pre-market. Yeah, this is all pre-market. So this is the pre-market high. So, you know, normal hours, this is the high. This is the pre-market high though for Jivo, and that might stall it. Yeah, no, the U.S. market is open on Boxing Day. I guess I have to be here. The promo code, yes. So, Mike, the question is, does the promo code apply to the monthly? It applies to the monthly, but only for the first month. Okay, so there's no. Don't want you to think that it's for every month. If we applied the promo code to every month, then nobody would take it on an annual. Okay, so that makes sense. So the promo code, you can apply the promo code to a monthly, but it's only good for the first month. After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, then it'll go to the regular monthly prices, which is 118 and 228. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, yeah, you're right. Boxing Day is Saturday, I think, but the markets and a lot of the markets in Canada will be closed on Monday. That's when the Boxing Day holiday would be. So no, the market is not open on Saturday. I think you were kidding, right? Um, It might be at noon, Dreamer. Noon Eastern time. We'll see. I mean, the market's open till 1, but yeah, I'm Canadian also, but you know, the market's not open on Saturday. All right, give me a moment, please. All right. Well, Givo is on the move. It's maybe going to take out that high there, and that's the pre-market high. Looks like it's about 384. Okay, guys, I have to tell you something. I took an allergy pill, and I'm feeling a little bit wonky right now. So they promised me it wouldn't make me feel this way, but they're wrong. So. All right, well, Givo, guys, Givo is, well, it might take out that pre-market high. Wonky? It feels like I've consumed about 20 cups of coffee. That's how I feel. Sort of the jitters. Yeah, guys, GEVO might take out that pre-market high. Okay, now what about this one? EVOL. So look at the room this one has, okay? You hear me say this all the time, talking about looking left on these higher time frames. So when you look left on a monthly chart, look at what you just have to look left. And now I'm not saying it's going to get up here, 541, but that's where the next resistance area is. Again, that doesn't mean it's going to get there, but what I try to do anyway when I get into a trade, I want to see how much room a stock can possibly move before it encounters some chart resistance. Just taking that equation out, or that aspect out of why a stock will not move up. Many other reasons, of course, but I like to take that aspect out. Whoa, there's the IPOC. Boy, that Fuel Tech is... It almost doesn't make sense to me why this happened. I mean, you know, you can kind of scratch your head, pull your hair out, wondering, well, why do these things happen? I mean, yesterday, it based at just under 5 for so long. Finally, we get rewarded briefly, and then it does this. It doesn't really make sense. Okay, right at the high. Man, it's right at the high, the pre-market, Gevo. See if there's any moves from here. So the Gevo it just may stall at that pre-market high. It's a big float, 114 million in the float, so it is going to take a bunch to move it. Back this monthly chart out. And what do we see? 360, 346 are the highs here. 425. So we have to go back to, for the next highs on the monthly chart, we have to go back to, it's covered. So basically 2 years ago, okay, before we see these highs for Gevo. No, it didn't rebound at all. Wow, keep going down. You thought it was going to rebound, Zach. It's a good. It's haunted and it's also halted. There's no. It's obviously it's a long time now. I mean, it's there's. I don't know if there's a site that's actually going to say when the halt will be lifted. This is not a news halt, so it is still. But you know, with that in the float and the craziness that can happen, this has happened before, I believe. Yeah, I mean, this got up to $46. You know, for no, I think almost for no reason. So when you ask how long it's going to be halted, I don't know if there's any way to really find out. Yeah, that's what I thought, William. Certainly not on a volatility halt. Maybe on a news halt, but not a volatility halt. Oh man, I hope. Are you short this, William? Are you short that AIRT? You are. Well, good luck, guys. Okay, Pauline, have you watched this video? The question is about signing into your IB account. Yeah, I don't know if I can help you. But if you watch that video, I'm pretty sure it covers exactly what you're supposed to do, the ports and all that. How you connect Brokerage Plus to your Interactive Brokers account. Okay. And if you've watched that video and it's not helping, I'm going to have to send you to our tech because I won't be able to help you. Well, earlier somebody asked me, well, actually, I don't think anybody asked me. I just said that support could be around 215 for BABA. Could be. So it's getting pretty close. All right, guys, NVCN popping here on volume. NVCN, look at the volume that just came in. It's here to 2 million shares, 2 million shares, and most of it's right here. NVCN. Boom, IPOC. So if you've watched the video, I'm afraid I can't help you, Pauline. I don't know why you're not able to connect. I'm going to have to send you, well, I give you the homepage link and you can start a live chat. You'll see a little pop-up discussion or something like that. And you can ask them. I'm not sure how they're going to help you though. If you've watched the video and it's not, and you cannot seem to connect. That is troublesome. I don't know how to help you. Meanwhile, NLTX running wild. Look at the alert at 1378, and we are now at 1526. Yeah, Pauline, I really can't help. Yeah, you're gonna have to maybe watch that video again. I know it is segmented, so you might be able to go right to the segment that could help you. I just cannot help you. Well, she says she was able to connect before, and it seems to be intermittent, so that's why it can be a problem. All right, Flint, FLNT, Fluent, on the move here. Saw this one yesterday. Look at the week it's had. From 385 to 580. Man, oh man. So when I look left, 612 is the next high looking left. And then after that, if I can get through 6 somehow, then you're looking at around 7 as really a big resistance area for this FLNT. Just one moment, please. I'm on mute. Yes. Look, look at the move for this NLTX from that alert there. 1378, $16. Wow. Really not a lot of. There was a little bit of action in the pre-market, but not a huge amount. This is an insider buy, I think. Man, I wish I'd seen that. Look at this. The guy bought almost 1 million shares at 15.25. At 15.25. I don't know when that was released. That was actually released early this morning. If I'd seen, I wish I'd seen that because the stock was at 12. So a director buying at 15.25 1 million shares. Whew. Yeah, it's not here. All right, for you people who like to play these cheaper ones, look at this NVCN. So the high last week was 114. Can you see that if it can take this out, and then look left, look at all the room it has, and it should be a fairly low float. Yet 21 million Canadian stock. Am I on the what server am I on? Okay, so this is the primary. So notice we have the flags now, the countries. This is not available yet, I don't think, for you guys, but this is a development version that I'm on. So we have now the country flags. Man, oh man. So this one, excuse me, the next high looking left on that weekly chart, 1739. So it's almost approaching that. Then after that, 1812. Next to the weekly chart on the left. Okay, you're talking about this one right here. Okay, so yeah, this is not part. Let's see, I do think I have this as one of the scans that I'm sharing. This is just the non-repeat version of this, okay? You notice that you only see, this is the first time NLTX was alerted, 1378. You'll see it over and over and over here. Again, every time it makes a new high. That's why I like this non-repeat version. So you can if you have this, just make it. You can make it yourself. Okay, you just have to right click, duplicate the window. Okay, and then pick right click properties. Don't repeat. And then check the don't repeat box, and then you can pick the time frame. You can pick for a day. So that's what I've done in these two windows, okay? Make you do a little bit of work, but it gives you a little more understanding of how to use the program yourself. And this is the same. I mean, you just have to. The only difference is just put the don't repeat, and this will be for stocks that are moving down. So just make sure you have the new low. That's all. This has both of them, the new high and the new low. That's why you'll see some stocks. What? Did I? No, for some reason, none of the new lows showed up there. I don't know why. Look at Fuel Tech. This was shortable too. You know, and what one is really, really drifting down. Probably more than a drift. But look at MVIS. This gave up the low of 2 days ago. I mean, this was just a flyer. 2 days ago, it got up to 9 something. It's down to 6. How is our trade of the week doing? SDC. Still pretty good. You know, I mean, hung in there, didn't really collapse. You see exactly where this NVC installed. Almost to the penny. Actually, not almost. Exactly to the penny. That's why, you know, you look left. It's amazing how often this happens. I mean, so you look left about 5-6 days ago, and there was the high of 114. What did it hit today? 114. Okay, it just stopped it right there. And you can see right there is 114. Right there is 112. So you can see why this is a very important area to try to take out if it can. If it could, then you've got something maybe that can start to fill in this void. But it just won't do it yet. Here's another crazy, crazy, crazy one, guys. Low, low float. This is like the other one, the AIRT. Another crazy, crazy low float. ADXN. Been halted several times. Just got halted again. The spread probably was atrocious. But it's stacking up right now at $30, $30.30. All right, ENDP. Problem is just a complete and utter chase on the 15. A little bit of an entry on the 2 minute chart. A little bit of one. This is 609. Boy, this got a lot of room. Yeah, the highs right here are 710, and that's back in February this year. 710. So it has some room to keep moving. ENDP. Yeah, just struggling to get through that pre-market high, really. Gevo. Remember, it's a huge float. Well, it's a big float for a $3 stock, 114 million in the float, so it's a big float. The high 360, so it's above that. 425. I mean, it's just struggling to get through that pre-market high. Whoa, missed this one. Look at that. 1015 on the alert. 1062 now for fly. Again, look left. 1098 is the next high on that weekly chart. 1098, so it's pretty close. This has had a great look at the great 2 days. Look at the volume it had yesterday for it. It doesn't trade that much, you can tell, because 379,000 represents 4 times normal. But what it had a huge volume day yesterday for fly. No, Don T, no. That I do know. You too, Michelle. Okay, well, there's your AIRT resumed. Boy, it doesn't want to give it up, though. Not yet. Or has it got halted again? Is this halted again? I have a weird annotation next to... yeah, it is halted again. Yes, okay. Well, now you could get rewarded after a little bit of anxiety when it hit 30. Not for the faint of heart. This could have gone to 100. So. Well, guys, the bloom for a while anyway is off Bitcoin. And if the next question is, do I still have my XNet? Yes. But it's not tracking Bitcoin at all. Not even close. I'm still in at $3, so but it's not tracking Bitcoin at all. So this doesn't But look at, here's an ETF for Bitcoin. So look at this. Have I tried custom format? No, I'm not even sure you can do it, but no. We're not good at identifying intraday highs and lows, volumes, things like that for customs, okay? Because we don't have the data points for them. We are working on something like that, but we were working on that for, it seems like years, so. Why am I bullish on XNet? Only because GKK, I don't know if he's in the room today, but he alerted us to Mara, back here, probably right around the $3 mark, suggested that we take, or maybe it was here, I can't remember exactly when, but anyway. And so he thought that he got out of Mara and he said he was getting into XNet. And it's kind of a crypto play. I think a director bought a whack of shares. So that's the only reason. But I'm in at 3, so my out is 270. Yeah, well, there's not a lot of time to set up the trade, so I believe that'll probably be the last trade, the last alert. That's my but I mean, a great alert. I mean, Fubo, you had a second chance to get into it. I mean, look at this. Oh, it's 10:48. Welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Obviously, today the market's closed at 1, and the market's closed tomorrow. But this is the format. I share my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put in my homepage link and also the promo code that you can use. All right, guys. Well, GVO is trying to take out that pre-market high. Just let me get my links in here. All right, so if you do click on my homepage link, first of all, there is the promo code you can use, Happy Holly 25%. Do not forget the percent, okay? All in caps, Happy Holly 25%. Click on my homepage link. And again, don't use that promo code, use Happy Holly 25%. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans. We have a premium and standard annual, and we have them both in monthly. So if you apply that promo code to the monthly, you'll get the first month off at 25%. After that, if you maintain, it'll be 118 and 228. So it's a great, if you're unsure about our program at all, I think the best way to do it is to try our standard for that 1 month at 25% off. If you don't like it, it's not you're not into a subscription as such, so you can just say, don't renew it next month and that's it. The big difference between our premium and standard is the AI. That's the reason why most people, if they're getting our premium service, is because they want to have access to our AI, which I will go over. There are other differences, but that is the main difference. Give me a second here. Now, on my homepage, we have a lot of other links, especially, well, not especially, but the trade of the week. Please sign up for it. It's free. I mean, they've been awesome over the last couple of months. So sign up for it. It'll be sent to you before the market opens Monday morning, usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before. Now, I know some of you, for whatever reason, you sign up and you can't seem to get it. It's either going to your spam folder or it's just not you're just not getting it. So if you want, you can always go to my Twitter feed. The only thing I do on my Twitter feed is at @bbrune44. Is I put the pre-market movers, and then when I do my daily recap, I put that there, and then on Monday morning I'll put in the trade of the week. That's it on my Twitter feed. The other thing you can do, of course, is come to the trading room Monday morning before the market opens, and we'll certainly be talking about the trade of the week. So that's the trade of the week. Again, I don't know if I'm going to do one today. I'm probably not going to do a recap today. All the scans that I'm sharing are right here. Okay, they're all here. More than what I'm sharing on my monitor. And then a lot of education links right here, including, if you're new to Trade Ideas, really, really recommend that you take a look at this one. So it's 20 short lessons. And this goes over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is it? Well, look at GEVO. Okay, guys, it took out the pre-market high. So this is on the move now. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one. So all of the basic features are explained here. It's all text-based, so it's very, very simple. It won't take you 20 days. So, and if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on that link and you can just sort of see some of what the basic features are that we have to offer. More links. Not today. I doubt very much. Probably not. Well, I don't know. Wait a minute. What happened? Here we go. I don't think that we're going to have the support session at noon. Let me just do a quick give me a quick, because I may be shutting down the room at noon. But let me just do a quick check to see if somebody's going to show up in the YouTube feed. But typically, we have a YouTube feed also. I moderate it between 9 and noon, and then from 12 to 1, one of the other traders takes over, and it's a more of a Q&A, and then I resume from 1 to 3. I just don't know if there's going to be one today. Daily webinars, we'll get back to our normal schedule in January. Once we're back, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And more educational videos here and some ebooks that we created, trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information from my homepage. Okay. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about the AI and Brokerage Plus. Well, GEVO is moving. It is moving now. I mean, and it's got the room, so it takes out 4. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They got optimized. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing those 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened last night. Now again, this is a very It's a short day, so I don't anticipate any other alerts today. But a pretty darn good one on the Fubo for one alert today. 48.38. It's at 43.96 right now. 9%. I'm gonna explain the AI in a little more detail, but that's what happened last night. So once the market closed, that's what happened last night. AI got to work. Here are the warrants. And out of the 50 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. Now you can see there's only one alert from even the ones that made the cut. This is the only one that got alerted. So just because a strategy makes a cut doesn't mean you're going to get an alert from that strategy. All the filter values have to be met and the trigger. So it's an event that is created. If no stocks meet those criteria, then you're not going to get an alert. So this is the only one that was alerted today from all these strategies. Now this is what I do to follow. From the toolbar, I click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. This is the window that'll show up. Now, what I would do is I would incorporate this window as just part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. It'll just be there every single day. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. It's really, when I say it's that simple, you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop, then you basically up to you to manage your trades. You can use this, I use this like a watch list all day long. Look at Fubo as an example. So Fubo, there was the alert, there's that downward arrow, that means it was a short, 48.38. The AI actually got out of that trade at 46.88. It popped up, but this is giving you, you could have re-entered that right here. And you'd be, so you could have re-entered and it would even be giving you more profit. So I use it as a watch list. Now I don't typically take trades over $20 from the AI, but it doesn't mean you don't have to. Boy, I hope you guys are, just be so careful on this one. This could get halted again. So that's how I would use the AI. Now, just a brief explanation of what the Trade Ideas is all about. It's what I call an event-based scanner. So for instance, the basic new highs and lows. So what I did was I created an event. Here's the event. This is for me. I like to see stocks between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 4, so that means it's trading at least 4 times normal. You see that's the relative volume right there. The same as the current volume, minimum of 400,000 shares, up or down at least 4% from the open, okay? So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get an alert, a real-time alert. So this is the event that I have created. And of course, you can create your own scans. I'm sharing all these, but you can create your own. We have a lot of alerts and filters. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but here are all the alerts that we have. And then here are the filters. And these icons, here's where the filters start. So the idea is really to start off with the filters so you can kind of whittle that huge universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then create your alert. Your alert doesn't have to be a new high for the day. It could be a new 5-minute high. It could be any one of these other alerts that we have. So what we did as a company, instead of forcing you to learn some kind of a programming language, we try to make it fairly simple, sort of a la carte, like a menu. You just kind of pick and choose. You don't have to know any programming whatsoever. I have no idea. I don't know scans, so I don't know. I'm going to be awfully biased, of course, but I have no idea. So that's sort of the essence of what Trade Ideas is all about. And of course, I'm sharing a lot of scans. And that's all on my homepage. Now, I want to talk about Brokers Plus. Before I do that, though, I want to talk about our external linking tool. So if you click on Tools, External Linking, and everything I'm doing right now, only available on the downloadable application, not available on the web-based version. So we link with many brokers. You just establish your link using our external linking tool, okay? And what linking does is it's a time saver. So instead of when I get an alert, if I've established the link correctly, then GTRS, when I click on it, will load into your order entry into your brokerage platform. And from there you can trade it. So it's a time saver. So if you're like me, clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it would be a hassle if I had to type that symbol in to my order entry. So it's just a big time saver. That's the essence of what our linking does. Now, we have a special relationship with Interactive Brokers. And I'm going to put the video So this is the Brokerage Plus intro. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can actually use this window that you see right here to trade your Interactive Brokers account. You don't have to trade it from within IB. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can do things like, if you watch that video, it's going to show you how you can set things up. So for instance, let's say I look at GRITS, GRTS, and I like what I see and I want to trade it. I can go back, hover, and then these buy and shorting options will appear. You have set those up ahead of time, of course, and that's why I'm saying watch the video. It shows you how you can set up. So it's one-click trading. You pick how you want to trade it. So it's not quite auto trading. I know people are ask about auto trading a lot, but this is, to me, I would always, before I would take a trade, I would always want to see what it looks like on the chart. And if I like what I see, I can very quickly go back and just take the trade. So, I mean, it's a few seconds later than actually auto trading and getting into the trade. So all of that is covered in that video. Now, the next way to use this is as a simulator. If you are new to trade or paper trading, if you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. And you can use our simulator. You just click on the sim, and it uses our real-time data. I don't know why this one is here. I think this was a carryover from yesterday. Let me just get rid of it. I was just demonstrating. So if you're new to trading, please practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you have. Okay, it uses our real-time data. Very simple. You just click on an alert. You pick how many. You see the symbol will show up right there. You just pick how many shares you want to trade. You can go in whatever price you want. Pick a price. If you're going to short it, you sell. If you're going to go long, you buy it. Yeah, really simple. Paulo, yeah, very simple. You just, in fact, I'm connected right now. Use your external linking tool and add the link. Just follow the directions, okay? Just put your the pointer into a TradingView chart, and then your link is established. Very, very simple. Holly does not trade options. We don't scan for options as such. We have option filters that I can go over a little later, but Holly does not trade options, no. So now you can do interesting things like this. So let's just say I wanted to take this trade on a pullback. I wanted to take ENDP, but I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it if it pulls back to this area right there, 621. So all I would have to do, pick how many shares I want to do that at. I'm going to put 621. This is what I don't understand is happening. This is covering it. Oh, there we go. 621 again. Okay, I'm going to click buy, and you'll notice right on the chart, a blue line appears. So if this goes down on a pullback to 621, it will take the trade. Okay, that's how that works. So it's like a conditional order. Now, the question was yesterday, well, I want to put a stop in. Well, you can't put the stop in until the order is taken. But if you're going to, if I were going to take this trade at 621, ahead of time, I have to know where my stop would be. Okay, so then I would put my stop in. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, I'm just getting that little data connection loss in my IB, so sometimes that stops my audio. So I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay. So that's how you can do that. You could also do it the other way. If I wanted to take, say there was a lot of resistance on top, and I thought if it could take out a resistance area, I want to take the trade. So I could have also set that conditional buy order above the current price. But I'm just going to keep it like this, just to see if it happens. Now, if I want to take a trade right now, take a look at one here. If I want to take fly right now, I would just pick how many shares I want to take. A couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. Spread's not terrible. Well, it's just sort of widened, but we'll see. So I'm in at 1061. So I just took that trade, 1061. And now, of course, I know what my stop is going to be ahead of time. Remember, you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it doesn't work. So I'm going to put my stop at 1042. Add the stop order. 10.42. And you'll see the line will appear right on the chart. So if it goes down to 1042, it's going to take me out for a $38 loss. I can put a target in if I want. I'm just going to make one up. Put a target of say 1090. I'm just going to, just want to show you how you can do it. And that will show up on the chart. It's hard to see on the month, well, right there on that weekly chart. So right now, if I just let this run in auto fashion, if it goes down to 1042, I'm out for a $38 loss. If it goes up to 1090, I'm out for a $58 gain, okay? Again, I'm just showing you how you do this. Now, this line right there, let's say the trade really started to work well. I could use this like a trailing stop and start moving my stop up right in the chart, okay? And again, you can just practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Now you can also use this to practice swing trading, because if I get into this trade while I'm in this trade in the simulator, if I don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it'll carry over. So you can practice swing trading also using the simulator. Again, I think this is something. If you're new to trading, again, before you commit money to the market, practice. Even just practicing order entry helps. If you've never traded, sometimes, when you want to take your first trade, it can be a little nerve-wracking, shaking over that buy button, okay? Here you can at least practice getting used to just creating orders or creating trades. And then you just follow your P&L, profit and loss. Let's just take Gevo. What's the spread? Yeah, it's a good spread. A couple hundred shares, buy it right at the market. taking it at the market because the spread was only a penny. And I'm going to put a stop at $4. Okay, just showing you how to do this. Okay, so we have option filters, okay, Woody? Or Wood JY. So here they are. And I know there are people in the room that trade options, and they say this can help. Okay, so here are our option filters. So we have some pretty standard ones. I mean, the put-call ratio, option volume today, put volume, and call volume today. So these three are pretty standard. This one, option volume, this is going to be the average number of option contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, that's the average number. And this is the key metric though, the option volume percent. So, let's just say over the last 10 days, a stock has traded on average about 2,000 contracts. That's a combination of puts and calls, okay? 2,000 contracts. If you use this option volume today percent filter, and say you put 200 in here, that stock that normally trades has normally traded on average 2,000 contracts a day. For you to see that stock today, it will have to trade 4,000 contracts. So in other words, there's abnormal option activity. So that helps you. So if that's going to help you trade the options in that stock, great. If it doesn't, then nothing more I can add. So using this filter just allows you to zero in on stocks with abnormal option activity. Okay? But it's not going to, it doesn't get into the Greeks or anything like that. And there are some in the room that say that does help. Now it's interesting because I do have one scanner moving higher with unusually strong options, but it's kind of interesting that I'm not getting one alert. Now, for instance, Gevo doesn't trade options as an example, so that's why it's not here. But it's interesting, I'm not getting one alert today, which is really, really interesting. So for instance, okay, so I have a very aggressive, this is not showing up because the option volume today, it's only trading almost 150%, 1.5 times its normal. So I put a very aggressive, 500%, like 5 times normal with a minimum of 2,000 contracts. Just nothing is showing up today. And it might be because, the half day, whatever. Yesterday, this was, fairly active. Please repeat. Okay. So these are our option filters. Again, I always call it, some obvious ones, the put-call ratio, the volume today, put volume and call volume today. This one right there, option volume, that's the average over the last 10 days. And this is the key metric right there, option volume today percent. So if you use that and you say put 200% in here, 200, that means that a stock that normally is traded, say 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days on average, for you to see that stock today, it will have to have traded 4,000 contracts if you put 200. Okay, in other words, double. Okay? So it's basically showing you stocks that are having abnormal option trading days today, or abnormal number of contracts. And you can take this one. I can pop this in. It's not anything that I have. Well, I shouldn't say that. Let me just. I'm going to pop this into the room in case anybody's interested. Okay, so. Okay. Now, I can, even though I don't trade options, it's still just another metric to show you stocks that are really active today. Obviously, if it's active option wise, it's going to be probably a high relative volume. It's going to be trading a lot. So it's just another way to zero in on the stocks that I like to see, the ones that are very active. But absolutely nothing is showing up today in terms of really, really abnormal option activity in the price range that I've got here. I'll bet you BABA, as an example, even BABA would not have met the filter requirement. Now you can relax it. I mean, I've got 500%. I mean, this is just, I didn't want to get inundated with a lot of alerts here. So that's why I put a very, high, 5 times normal. But you can always play around. You want to reduce it, you can do so. If you want to make it higher, you can do so. Well, somebody said that there's further investigation into BABA. John did, okay. So, boy, that's now, I mean, look, what I was saying before is that there's the monthly and 215.83, so it's below that. Man, I mean, this. Yeah, fly. So there's the simulator that I took. Oh, I got out of it. Why did I get out of it? Oh, right. Now, see, I never would have got. You would never get out of this. Remember what I was saying? I put in a target. I know people like to want to have a target, so it took me out of the trade. Now, would I have got if I were in this trade? I would never have got out there. I just put that target in to show you how you can do it. But if a trade is working well, why would you get out? So the same thing. I could have moved on the chart. I could have moved that target higher. Trying to figure out why am I out of the trade? But so you see how that worked. You too, Darren. Just a moment, please. Yeah, I don't see any. Okay, yeah, there is news. There was news that was released after hours yesterday. I mean, whether you think the news is enough to make that pop. Yeah, problem is that it, didn't appear there, but this was the news after hours yesterday. We may think it's flimsy, but the market didn't. So that's all that really counts. I mean, there's so few shares in the float. I mean, that's the real issue here. I mean, 1.5 million shares in the float for even at a $11 stock, but now $28. And this is its partner in crime today is ADXN. Yeah, no shorts available, and it just got halted again on the way up. Okay, guys, now we're getting really close. Only another hour and a half left for the market to be open. I don't know if I'm going to stick around till 1, but I wouldn't expect too much more action. Well, I don't know. My wife has got a whole bunch of things for me to do today. So, all good things, but nonetheless, a lot of things on the to-do list. Got to find some rosemary somewhere. Good luck. Yeah, look at this one. CRMD on the way down. Support right around 8 though. So boy, if it takes out 8, not that I'm going to do anything, but I mean, if it takes out 8, look at the fall it could have. CRMD. Optinose. I love the name of this company. Optinose. Look at Optinose on the run here. It does not trade options at all. Look at that short flow, 22%. Ooh. So if you're wondering what that means, so there's 30 million in the float, and 22% of that is short. That's a very high percent. So what happens is, as a stock, all these people who are short. Now it depends where they're short from. They could be, a lot of them could be way up here, but if you started shorting right here, that's the thing. We don't know how many are down here. Probably the days to cover might help. But bottom line is that if a stock starts moving and starts ripping, if you're short, you are going to start covering your position, depending where you're short from. And covering your position, meaning you have to buy the stock, which further fuels the buying. Till Monday, Bryant. Yes, Monday. All right, the bid ask, ADXN, let's see. Stacking up at 24.44, so a little bit above the halt. Doesn't mean that's, as you know, it doesn't mean it's absolutely where it's going to open, but. And this is another one that's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Yikes, so this is halted again. Excuse me. AIRT halted again. That was at 11:25. Again, if you want the halt resume scanner, it's one of the ones that I'm sharing. All right, AIRT. So this wasn't only a 5-minute halt this time for AIRT, AIRT. I'm sure you'll get over it, Kaiser. I don't know about a Santa rally now. I mean, we're getting a reverse rally then. Indices are just slightly up. Whoa, look at this. Remember I was just talking about this CRMD? And I was saying maybe that's the support at like 8. Look at this. Look at this. It just absolutely crashed right down through that. I'm just looking to see if I can see any. I don't see any specific news on this, but look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Man, what a candle. This is, guys, there's something happening here. This was shortable also, for me anyway. Oh man, there's the bounce on it, but wow. Oh, there, of course, there has to be news, but I don't see it. I'm surprised it wasn't halted on the way down. That was a dramatic halt. That was a dramatic move. You know, a 2 minute candle, but evidently not enough in the period of time. So this got halted again, ADXN, a lot of halts. Well, a lot of number of halts, but basically just two stocks. I mean, the ADXN and there are some others, but ADXN and AirT. Is that today? Thank you, Kaiser. Is that today? They run out of cash. Oh no, I know it's not the amount. It's in a time period. Yeah, yeah. It's how fast. Yes. I know it's not the absolute amount. But you're not going to tell me though that if there were 1,000 trades going and it only, which would be abnormal, and it only went up 5 cents, that it would halt. Really? Well, okay. I've never seen that. Then I have not seen that. I mean, listen. Logically speaking, if a stock is trading that rapidly, usually the price is moving. Yeah. So, but wouldn't that relate to how much the stock moved in the period? It's not how many shares. It's just how much it moved. So I mean, if it's going to halt on 300 shares, that means that obviously the stock moved a certain amount in that period. It's like an accelerated. I mean, I've never seen a halt of a stock when it doesn't move. I mean, I'm saying it never happens, I guess, but certainly not in our halts resumes. I've never seen that. I see what you're saying. I've just never seen that then. Also, didn't somebody post a while back that it's got to be it's a 10% or some value. Anyway, all I know, we get the halts resumes. Usually, it's because the stock has been very active. So when you say does Trade Ideas work with TD Ameritrade, what do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about this window here? If you're talking about, no, okay, not yet. Hopefully sometime in the new year. I'm kind of getting tired of saying that, but yeah, hopefully sometime in the new year. You can see right now that, we've got a couple of right there, TD Ameritrade. They're not working yet, but at least they've made it to this list. We're still testing. So the only one it works with right now is Interactive Broker. Well, then maybe okay, maybe we're talking two different things. I mean, yeah, market circuit breakers. I mean, that's, the reason for a halt is volatility. So anyway, anyway. No, Dreamer, you can't take the next week off. But yes, thank you very much, and you too. Oh, I agree, key investment. I'm in Canada, so yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, IB is great. I used to have Disnat a long time ago, and then Questrade. But I switched to IB, what is it, 3 years ago now? Yeah, so Lorenzo, yes. I mean, we do have, obviously, if a stock gets halted because of news, but this is the reason. Most of the halts that we see here are volatility related, but if it's halted because of news, it will say that, halted because of news. I have no idea about Trade Zero. I have no idea. This is really interesting to me, the fact I've got absolutely no alerts right here. And I guess it's because of the half day. Yee, boy, this is. I was joking about this going to 100, but who knows? ART. Only one alert, but one heck of an alert from the AI today. Okay, guys, yeah, just confirm there is not going to be a support session in the YouTube room today. Okay, no support session today. Yeah, I just got halted on the way down. Yes, ADXN. Whew. So it's got halted again. Jeez, halted again, but now the bid ask stacking up on the way down. So those of you who are short, I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Okay, guys, I guess there is going to be a support session. I'm going to start it. If it's really dead, he'll just do 30 minutes. Okay, so there is going to be a support session in the YouTube feed. So I will put the link in. I may bow out though. I may bow out at noon, so just to let you know. But I will put the support in here, or the YouTube feed in here, or the YouTube link, if you do want to head over there at noon. Okay, and it is Jamie will be doing it today. So you can see this never got filled here. ENDP, it never got down to that pullback. Ooh, ugly Jivo. Now, if I'm watching this, well, it actually took me out. Okay, that's why. So great education right there. If you are one of those people that cannot obey your stops, even though you have all the best intentions in the world, you put a stop in. I'm saying, okay, yeah, if it gets to that price, I'll take myself out of the trade. But you just can't bring yourself to do it. You start making excuses for, well, the stop is too tight, so you start moving your stop down, down, down. You've had a you have a you know, if you allowed yourself to be stopped out where you plan to be stopped out, you'd have what we will call a manageable loss. You know, your loss when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out, and you know how much are you willing to lose on the trade. So I always say this: if you have $5,000 in your account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say you know, based on your account size, you can afford to say lose $100 a trade. And so with Gevo, let's just pretend that was $100 that I was willing, you know, at that stop price. And it starts approaching it, and you start second guessing yourself. You know, you say, you know what, that stop is too tight. I really think this is going to do well. So you start moving your stop down. You don't obey it. And then, you know, that $100 turns into $200, turns into $300 loss. And then all of a sudden you finally give up and you take your loss, but it's way more than the 100. So anyway, all I'm trying to say is that if you're that person, and we've all been that person, if you put an auto stop in, it takes all the emotion out of it. All the emotion. And you just let yourself be, it'll take you out of the trade, and you just move on. So Bradley, that's a pretty broad statement. The program is not working. What does that mean? What does that mean? The program is not working. Yep, it's exactly. You can set up one-click trading. Yep, part of our standard service. You have to have an Interactive Brokers account, but you can still set up one-click trading. Yes. You just have to watch this video. If you forget how to do it, excuse me, just watch the video. Yes, good morning, and Merry Christmas to you too, Gypsy Trader. So guys, if I'm going to be shutting down pretty soon, Jamie will be in the YouTube feed though at noon. Okay. Just want one last time to put in the promo code if you do want to take out a subscription. Okay, so again, go to there's the promo code Happy Holly 25. Don't forget the percent. Don't forget the percent. And click on my homepage and click on Get Trade Ideas. Remember, don't use that promo code. I'm pointing at my screen. Don't use this promo code. You remember, Happy Holly 25%. Don't forget the percent. And just pick your plan. You know, if you're unsure about the program, which if you're brand new, I mean, I would never start off with an annual. You know, you can start off with a premium or a standard monthly, and if within a month you really like it, you can always upgrade to an annual, and we'll honor the 25%. Okay, so So when you say windows are not opening to build a layout, Bradley, I need a little more information. So if you start off with a blank screen, excuse me, so what do you mean that windows are not opening to build a layout? Do you know how to load something from the cloud? For instance, if I okay, I'm trying to I don't know if you're listening to me, Steve, but I'm going to. So let's maybe just go over loading something from the cloud. So if you clicked on my homepage link, which is right there, there's my homepage link, which I'll do right in here. Yeah, well, I see you're trying to help him, Steve, but I don't understand when he says windows are not opening to build a layout. You know, maybe I'll just demonstrate one thing here. You know, here are the scans that I'm sharing. So for instance, if I wanted momentum up as a window, I would just click on the link. It's going to show up in a new tab. I would just highlight it and copy it, Control C, I've copied it. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and you'll see the link is in here already, okay, right there in that box. And then I just click Load, and there you are. So there is a window, so now you have a window on your screen. And you can keep doing that. I mean, you don't have to take all my scans, but once you do that, then you just save your file. You can save it to your computer, save layout. You know, you give it a name. Give it a name. And you can also save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. You could just save it. Now it's in the cloud. But if you're creating a layout, then you would click entire, give it a name, and you're saved your layout to the cloud. So I don't quite understand when you say windows are not opening to build a layout. Have you gone through the 20 short lessons? You know, which goes into how to build a top list, how to create an alert window, also loading things from the cloud, building a layout. I mean, channel bar, as Steve is saying. Can you hear me, Bradley? Okay. Okay, so here is what you can do. Okay, if you can hear me. So I understand you're trying to build a layout. But what I would also do is the 20 short lessons. If you haven't taken a look at the 20 short lessons, I just popped that link in. Okay? But are you trying to build a layout from the channel bar? Like if you're clicking on a channel, okay, and here's what you can start to do. Let's just say I clicked on account builder. So I see these are, so that should at least appear on your screen. Something like this. So if you like this one, if you thought, yeah, I like this one, account builder, big winner, sounds interesting. Okay? So what you would do is I would right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Okay, so now that window is saved into your cloud. Now I could go to another one, say Alpha Predator, okay? Now, I'm not gonna explain what all these windows are, but I'm just kind of going through the basics of you're taking a look at the different scans within each channel, and you might see something that you like, want to try it. So again, you right click, save or share to cloud, save. Then what you can do is you can go to, if you click on Windows and close all your windows, so now you have a completely blank screen. Just, all you have is a toolbar. Then you can start loading, file, load from cloud. And you see, hopefully you're seeing my screen. There's Alpha Predator, there's Account Builder, and you would just click on it. Load it. Click on the next one, file, load from cloud. Load it. These appeared on my other monitors, but you see what's happening is that now what you're doing is you've extracted certain scans from the channels. You've saved them to the cloud, then you bring them back one by one. Okay, yeah, so you're talking about a custom channel, or you're talking about up here, you want to have something up here? Okay, you're streaming now? You want to take over, Jamie? From him? I'll stop my stream then. Okay, Bradley, Jamie is going to take over. I'm sure he'll be able to help you. I have to stop my stream, but I'm sure he's going to be able to help you. I'll stop my stream then. Okay, Bradley, Jamie is going to take over. I'm sure he'll be able to help you. I have to stop my stream, but I'm sure he's going to be able to help you. I'll stop my stream then.
Hello, I think we got a good handoff there. If someone could just be kind and let me know via the chat panel if you can see my desktop and hear me, and we can proceed. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Chris. Okay. All right, so Bradley, Barry was walking you through how to establish, create, save layouts, and all that good stuff. So, a couple of different ways that we can save layouts here. As Barry was showing you, once you get your windows arranged in a proper format that you want to eventually become, quote unquote, your default layout. In other words, when you fire Trade Ideas up each and every time, all your windows will appear exactly where you want them, all the appropriate windows as well. So let me just catch up here. We can go through more layout building and saving, no problem. Yes, Fernando, that is OCGN up there. Okay, so we're good to go. Now, getting back to your topic there, Bradley, I know there was some confusion there about saving your layout to the cloud or saving it to your local hard drive. So, for example, the windows that you see on my desktop currently are part of my default layout. Of course, I've got a bunch of other windows on my other monitor that you can't necessarily see right now. In other words, when I shut down Trade Ideas and I reopen it, all these windows come back up just as they were, along with my channel bar. And if I go to File over here on my TI toolbar, you'll notice that we have the Save and Load Layout options right here. And if I click Save Layout, typically what it's going to do is it's going to want to save my default layout. And the default layout is what will open when you fire Trade Ideas up after having it closed down for whatever amount of time. When you do a fresh restart, the default layout is loaded up, And this load and save right here is going to load and save right off of your hard drive. Now we do have the option to save our layout to the cloud as well. Always recommended in case your hard drive decides it doesn't want to live anymore. Then you've backed up your layouts and all your favorite windows to the cloud. Aya, how are you? So Bradley, do I need to go over cloud saving, custom channel saving? You tell me what you'd like me to go over. I'd be happy to do that on this light volume Christmas Eve session here. Still got a nice little crowd in the room though. There's been a lot of chatter out there about the low volume today, right before the holiday, right before Christmas. And we were tossing around, hey, take advice from Holly today. One trade from the AI, because a lot of the setups aren't there, even though we have a pretty loaded strategy list from Holly today. Lots of strategies, but only one trade firing from Breakdown Short. And what a beautiful little trade it is. Short signal coming way back here. Little ebb and flow, not getting anywhere near the stop loss. But the one play that Holly's produced today, vacillating between up 7 and 8%. So not a bad trade from Holly today. Okay, Bradley, you're saying after you received a share last night, nothing works, no layout opened? Oh, so you had a screen share session with one of the crew. Okay. All right. So is that still the case when you open up trade ideas? It's just the toolbar here is the only thing that shows up. Is that the case? Okay, so now you do have a default layout. And I know Barry was going over the broad strokes with you on creating and saving the layout. So is it clear to you now how to save your layout? Because if you know how to save your layout using the default factor here, save layout, make sure it's default. Now, a couple of other things to kind of go over here. If I click on Tools and Options, when we go to the Layout portion of Options, a couple of things you can mess with up here. Okay, notice mine says never save layout because I know if I want to make changes, I'll make the changes. I'll save my layout manually. Now, if we click up here, then every time you exit the software, it's automatically going to overwrite your default layout. And then, of course, we can have the old, hey, upon exiting, it'll ask you, would you like to save your layout? And whichever one you think is going to be the best fit for you is what I would check up here. I just tell mine, never save it. If I want to save it, I'll manually do it. That way I know that I don't accidentally mess up my default layout by having it on autosave. No, right, no, yes, okay. So this is how we save to our local hard drive here and save our default layout. Now, you'll notice up here in my channel bar, notice my two custom channels up here. Jamie, which is going to be similar but slightly different than what you just saw there. Just have this window pushed to another screen, and I've got some other windows added down here. Notice that was the custom channel up here, but when I go back here and say load layout, load default layout, well then you'll see these things fill in down here, which is my current default layout. But let's say I saved my layout to my default on my hard drive, and then I wanted to create a custom channel so that I don't necessarily have to go File, Load Layout every time. I just want to click up here on my Bruce Lee icon and have that load up. Alright, so you noticed earlier when I click here, it's a similar but slightly different layout. You notice there's a couple of windows that are different down here. Now if I want to convert my Bruce Lee channel, my Bruce Lee custom channel, into my default layout, I'm going to load this back up and I'm going to show you how to go through that process. A little bit more in depth, but worth it because if you just have to click on one button up there, path of least resistance, So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to save this to a cloud link, or save it to my cloud. And you know what? I'm going to thin out all these. I've got some excess price alert windows up there because I probably forgot that I had it pinned. So I'm going to kill a bunch of these off real quick here. One more. Okay. So now I'm going to go File, Save or Share to Cloud. I'm going to click this button right here, Entire Layout. Notice it checks all my windows. All right. Also, it checks this little box here that says Clear the previous layout. And that's when it's called this one Updated 1. So entire layout button has been pushed, clear previous layout, all the boxes are checked. I saved it. Now here's the cloud link for that layout. So I'm going to copy it. Boom. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to click on the little gear icon up here in the upper left of the channel bar. I'm going to say Edit Channels. Now I'm not going to create a new one. I'm just going to edit the Bruce Lee channel. I'm going to click on it. I'm going to say Edit the Channel. Notice there is an old cloud link in there, but I'm going to update it. I'm going to highlight it and get rid of it. And then I'm just going to hit Control V. And then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to apply. And now, boom, I've just updated the Bruce Lee channel so that when I click on it, things will come up just as you see here. So I'm going to click on the Omni AI channel just to get a little different up there. And then I'm going to click back on my Bruce Lee channel, and you'll see it's going to open up just as it should. Okay, Bradley, just catching up on your input here. Click New, the alert. Okay, you click on New from the TI toolbar, then Alert, then High of Day, and then nothing opens. Okay, so let me go through that. So you're coming over here, you're clicking New, and then you're clicking on Alert Window. That's simply going to spawn a new alert window, as you can see here. Now the reason it spawned this one is because that's what I've got saved as my default. Okay, so when I spawn a new alert window from the toolbar, it's going to spawn this one for me. So what you're telling me, Bradley, is if you click New, then Alert, what happens? What pops up? Yeah, the Bruce Lee reference was my custom channel showing you how you can save your layout to the channel bar as well. All right, so we've got a nice little crowd in here still. And I do believe we're caught up on questions. Just waiting for Bradley to respond. Oh, as to what happens when you click New, an alert window. Does an alert window come up? Bullish strategies. That's your alert window that comes up? Or that's what you'd like to talk about? Okay, Bradley, I'm not real clear on what you're getting at here, okay? You say you click New, then Alert, then High of Day, then OK, then nothing happens. So if I click here, New Alert, you're coming over here and you're clicking on High of Day from the alert list. Then you click OK. And all it does is, if you're going to want to add an alert, That's how we do it. Notice high of the day was already the default alert in this window. But if I come over here and I say, okay, now let's add, say, 25% pullback from high. Since the close, I add it, it adds it here, and we're only going to implement it if we check the box here, okay? Okay, we're talking about over here. Yeah, the old school way of doing things. I got you. Okay. All right. So let's just walk through that process again. We're going to do a new alert window, bullish strategies. All right. So high of day. That's what you were getting at. So let's say we click on new daily highs. We first have to hit load settings and then OK. And then you're going to get that window to spawn. Okay. Sorry about that. Thanks for the tip off there, Andy. It's been a while since I visited those older legacy folders. All right, Bradley, does that make more sense then? And we can always right click and we can duplicate the window if we wanted to come in here and spawn more of those strategies. You know, down big yesterday but up big today. First thing you have to do is click load settings, then you click OK. Then that window will come up. So you're telling me you did that, but no window. Okay, well, let's do it again. New, alert window. Open bullish strategies. Pick any one. How about new highs on 2 times relative volume? Once I click it, we go load settings, and then we click OK, and then voila, there it is. Yeah, you have to hit the load settings first, settings button first before you click OK. Yeah, give it another shot. And hopefully that gets it for you. And as we can see here, pretty low volume on the SPY, tracking ETF, a little bit over half normal. But to be expected on a day like today. Okay, Bradley. So what exactly happens when you click on a bullish strategy? Then you click load settings. What happens when you click load settings? And OK. Does the system give you any type of error message? Did the alert window get spawned perhaps on another monitor? Interesting thing about the Fubo short. This is a nice producer today. The other day, the AI got it long here, as we can see on the daily chart. So it got it pretty good on the long side the other day and got it pretty good on the short side today. Not too shabby. All right, Bradley, close the program down, respawn it, see if that helps. In the meantime, questions panel is open. Hi, Sam. We don't record these live support sessions. It would just end up taking up a lot of space. We do record the 5 p.m. Eastern webinars that we conduct Monday through Thursday, and those are all posted to the Trade Ideas YouTube channel. But as far as this support session, which runs Monday through Friday, 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern, we do not record them. So Sam is saying he missed the first part of the creation of a custom channel. Okay, I can buzz through that for you real quick here. So to create a custom channel, what we do is we go up here to the channel bar, click on the little gear icon, and then we say Edit Channels. At which point I could edit these, or I could create a new channel just by clicking Add Channel. You could select a variety of the preloaded icons here. You know, if I wanted to make the Panther channel, I would do that. At which point, all we need is a cloud link that's going to link to a layout. I think I still have the other one in here. Let's see here. We'll just call this JCustom. All right, so once you pick your icon, you name your channel, put your appropriate link for a layout in there, and then apply. Now you can see the new channel just popped up. If I click on a random channel just to get a little switcheroo here, and then I click on the JCustom channel, you'll see, boom, there's my default layout loaded right back up. Bradley, custom layout. Care to be a little bit more specific? Okay, are you still having difficulty creating your own custom default layout? Stan, I'm not really sure, just shooting from the cuff here, how to address that issue. Because typically the TI client is, I mean, it's a very thin client. We're not typically hogging up a lot of your local resources, since all the heavy lifting and number crunching is being done at our server farm, and we're just pumping out the results. Um, Let me back channel one of my more tech wizardry type guys and see if he might be able to recommend something. We'll see what they come back with, Stan. So Bradley, I'd love to help you out here, buddy. I just kind of need to know what you're getting at there when you're telling me custom layout. And Sam, tell me if that if that was good on creating the custom channel, or if I need to rehash that process. So Bradley, would you just like me to start from an empty layout and show you step by step? Okay, and real quick here, Bradley, you are on the downloadable client version, or would you happen to be using the web version? Just want to make sure we're talking about the same version. And Steve has just dropped. Okay, fine. So we're on the same client here. Steve just dropped a YouTube video in there which goes over the specifics of making a custom layout. As to why nothing is happening when you click new alert window, I mean, bullish strategies, let's pick just any random one here, swing long, okay? Notice when I click it and then I click load settings, there's a little orange arrow that appears, all right, telling me that I've loaded this configuration string. And then when I click OK, we get the window to show itself. Now, tell me this, in your TI toolbar currently, do you see the green lights and the green ball like what I have in mine? Just trying to figure out if your connection is valid. All right, Stan, and getting back to your question there, how many windows do you have in your layout, Stan? And not just how many windows do you have in there, but do you have any top lists with massive amounts of symbols coming through there? Because, you know, if you set up a top list, and I don't know if you're doing this or not, but, you know, you can crank that top list up to 1,000 symbols, and it's really going to bog your system down on that 30-second refresh. So that's always the first go-to. Okay, so Bradley, you're connected. You got a good connection. You got green lights and the green ball. You know, as far as the window not appearing, I don't know where to go right off the bat here. That's just a pretty primary function that should work. Was this one of the things that was addressed in your remote session yesterday? When you click the link, you lost the page. Are you talking about the link to establish a remote session? All right, good deal, Sam. So a slow day, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like the most of the action of the things that are moving today is to the downside. As the market just settles in for its little winter nap up here, using the 20 period SMA as a pillow. Actually, a little sandwich here between the 20 and the 10, what Steve might refer to as an armpit. All right, Bradley, I guess I was confused when you were talking about that earlier. But as far as trying to figure out why your client is not spawning an alert window from the pre-configured strategies, you know, unless one of us got in there and actually watched you walk through the process as to why this is not working when you select one of these strategies. Notice I can double click as well. If I double click, I don't have to hit load settings, and then I click OK. Window should just pop right up. Unless it's appearing, what you might want to do is once you click OK, is if you find the TI toolbar, or you find the TI icon in our toolbar, it's going to show you, if you hover over the TI icon, all the windows that you have up. So I'm wondering if perhaps You could have one hiding somewhere, depending on how many monitors you might have. Yeah, no problem, Sam. All right, Bradley, so you're telling me when you clicked on Steve's link to the YouTube video that all your Trade Ideas windows disappeared? All right, we're about 30 minutes into it, ladies and gents. So there's a decent crowd in here, but I think everybody's kind of drifting. I see we're starting to lose people now. So originally we weren't going to have a live support session today, but I was like, well, come in and see how active it is, and if it's not very active, we'll do 30 minutes. So more or less, this is kind of like last call for any specific questions for the live support session. All right, Stan, getting back to your input there, it seems like the chat window here is not updating properly. Let's see here. 30 top list and alert windows open, small symbol list, 10 chart windows. All right, I see Andy offering a remote session to Bradley. I'd probably take Andy up on that, Bradley. That way he can get in there and see, what the issue might be. So Stan, the question is, if you have your task manager open, seeing all your CPU processes and all that good stuff, is there a noticeable fall off in the amount of your resources being used once you close Trade Ideas? That is correct, Sam. I'll walk you through the process one more time here. So this is my layout. I'm going to click File, Save, Share to Cloud. So first we have to get that link up and going. So I click the entire layout button first, name it, then we click the Save and Share button. Copy all. Come up here, click on the gear icon, edit channels, add channel, and then we get to pick one of the pre-configured icons, or we can import our own, but if I just pick the green guy here, name the channel, and then we just right click and paste that cloud link in there, click OK, and apply. And now you can see there's the new channel. If I click on another channel, then go back and click on my green guy channel that I just created, and boom, everything comes back up just as it was. Right on, Aya. Okay, Charles, having problems managing my window, exceeded the maximum number of windows. Yep, exactly what Chris is saying there. You probably have pinned windows that you didn't realize, you might have forgotten they were pinned. So every time you open and then resave your layout, it's going to be stacking those pinned windows. Charles, so a good exercise would be to go through all your windows, right click. See, right now it's pinned. The check mark is there. So go through all your windows and right click and unpin. What you're probably going to find is you've got multiple identical windows stacked on top of one another, and that is typically because people forget that they pin the windows. So every time you save it, it saves another duplicate, but it's exactly on top of it, so you can't really tell just by looking at it. All right, it is not a chart pinning issue. Okay, that's usually the go-to there. Interesting. When you go from your default to a new channel bar, it does not save my original layout. Okay, so were you going through this process that I just outlined a minute ago? Because if you use regular file and save, if I say save layout, notice it's going to automatically want to replace my default layout. But that's to your local hard drive. But let's say, getting back to your question here, you go from your default to a new channel. So it's only going to save your default layout if you tell it to. Okay? So if I click on another channel, now I want to go back to my default channel, I'd have to either click on one of the customs that I created on the channel bar, or go File, Load Layout, load my default back up in this manner. But as far as exceeded the maximum number of 20 windows, and you don't have 20 windows, then that is a bit perplexing. Is this something that just started up, or... Oh, okay, all right. Good. So let me know, Charles, if I need to go into more detail about, saving layouts either in the cloud or just the default standard way. Sorry, question mark, Sam? I don't know. Maybe it sounded like Sam. I don't know. But Charles, I think I know what you were getting at there, because I have my default layout up currently, but it has been saved via the old school way of saving the layout as my default layout. So as long as you save what you want to be as your default layout, then when you go to a channel and you want to respawn your default layout the old-fashioned way, we go File, Load Layout, whatever's here is going to pop back up. But also keep in mind, you can also create a custom channel, which would basically do the same thing by saving the layout to the cloud, building a new channel, inserting that cloud link. It's the same way, it's just a different way to do the same thing. Plus your files are backed up in the cloud, and that way if your hard drive ever gives up the ghost, you don't have to rebuild everything from scratch. Normally have quite a few stocks coming through this window, doing some big volume. Still the case today, but Don't necessarily know how people feel about trading sub $1 stocks. Looks like most of these are going to be lower caps today. Sam's asking, will you suggest to create a multi-strategy window from multiple wish lists? Well, that's certainly an option. It just depends on how much information you want to see, what exactly the wish list entails, what exactly you want that wish list to be showing you. But it's, multi-strategy window is never a bad idea unless the windows that you're going to put into it are too fast moving. All right, Stan, you got a upgappers window you got from Barry. Looks at special NYC symbols. Oh, you're asking if the resource problem is looking at too many symbols. Depends on how many symbols are in the list, Stan. How many symbols might be in that list? No worries, Sam. No worries. Chasing one elephant at a time. That's probably a wise move. I keep glancing at my screen going, is my software on? Because, well, for obvious reasons here. Classic slow day. Well, Stan, can you see how many symbols are on the list? Because, you can control it, like this top list here. If we go to set record count, time frame, set record count, right now this one would max out at 500, but we could take it up. I mean, there's no way that there's even going to be 500 stocks on this top list, I don't think. A lot more on there than I thought, but that's the way we can throttle it. So if you right click, go to time frame, say set record count, tap it down to 100, well, then you're not going to have more than 100 on there, and that shouldn't cause any refresh issues. So if you take all your top list, Stan, and you shrink them all down to 100, and then you're still noticing resource hogging issues, I'd be stumped. Because typically the only thing that slows it down is the refresh on a top list that has an enormous amount of symbols. Acquisition Corps, that's the new thing these days. SPACs, Special Acquisition Corporations. Yeah, so even record count set at 200 there, Stan, it shouldn't be bogging the system down. And I'd love to troubleshoot that. It's just kind of above my pay grade. All right, I guess we'll extend last call here for another 5-6 minutes. We'll round it out here at about 45 minutes after. So just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for being Trade Ideas clients. We certainly appreciate it. Wishing everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, all that. Last call for questions. I almost slipped up there and said for 2020, but still got another week, partial week next week before we're done with 2020. Thank you, Roxana. Merry Christmas to you as well. So we'll wind it down here in about 3 minutes. And I'm pretty sure Barry is done for the day, but I'll just double check with him. Of course, in Canada, they're even 1 hour ahead of Eastern time. So, just think about that. If you're Canadian, you get a nice leisurely open of 10:30 a.m. But if you're in California, it's 6:30 a.m. Of course, in California, the market closes at 1, which isn't so bad. So, Sam, you've got a stop loss of $25, but it's currently negative $28. Question is the position closed or is it still open? And is it hovering close to your price? Because obviously I don't have any examples of a loser on the AI blotter today. But a lot of the times, I'm risking $100 per trade, and sometimes it'll be slightly less than 100, 99 and change. Sometimes it'll be slightly more, like a buck, 101 or $102. So it's going to be close. It's going to be exact sometimes, but a lot of the times it's going to be slightly more or less, depending on what type of stock it was. Was the spread big? All right, Barry has confirmed he is done for the day. So when we terminate the stream, instead of Barry taking back over, it's just going to be silent, ladies and gentlemen, as everybody eases on into the holiday. So Sam, just shooting from the hip here, it's probably a function of spread. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for popping in. Want to wish everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and we'll see you guys on Monday. Because keep in mind, the market is closed all day tomorrow for Christmas, and I'm wishing everybody a nice holiday weekend, and we'll see you guys on Monday. Take care. Bye-bye.